Hello, cat. Yo, Lawrence, what's in? What's up? Hope you're doing all right. I thought I'd do something a little bit different today, as the week is closing out. Hello, nickname. Let's take a few hours to work on a little idea I've had for a bit. About to go shopping. Fridge is empty. Oh yeah, I had to make like spaghetti and hamburger lunch today because I don't know. I was thinking I've had this itch to do something that isn't meant to be anything specific in the end, but like I watched this guy on YouTube called Lazy Devs, and they're making like tutorials in Pico 8, and I think they have a really good, like, no bullshit kind of coding style. And sometimes I feel like I just want to whip together a little 2D pixel arty thing. Let's see, playlists. I've watched this like a million times. I'm rewatching it right now. The Pico 8 like pork-like tutorial, and I'm like, there's something nice. It takes me back to like coding stuff on the C64 in BASIC, like just trying to learn coding, not be bogged down by 1,000 libraries and stuff. And I've been looking for like a little framework for something, and I think JavaScript is not bad because it's so easy. Like, there's no build pipeline. I don't want anything really. I just want to make a little tiny thing, and I don't think I will ever use it for anything, but I want to make a Pico 8 like JavaScript library that's easy to use. Just drop in the one JS file or something. Maybe I'll split it up in multiple, whatever. So yeah, check out Lazy Devs, specifically this. I just super dig the simplicity, and like some of the stuff are just like, okay, Lua has this, or rather Pico 8 has this token limitation, which maybe will rub some people the wrong way. But I'm like, let's just toy around with some of the concepts. So I wrote down a bunch of these like features I want to have. It would be really cool to have like no build step, just modern JavaScript. It doesn't have to be fast. It doesn't have to be. It just needs to be simple and easy to. Let's say I want to make a level generator or something. It should be very simple to do that. I don't have to bother with like a scene tree or creating different entities in something like Phaser. I just want to draw some stuff on screen. I could probably do a lot of it with like the canvas rendering, but like a wrapper around that, like draw sprites. If I want to animate something, just have a function to send a sprite index to, and maybe there's only one very limited like one texture, for example. I don't know how to do audio yet, but maybe we'll figure it out. Nice, Oma. There is a bunch of Matthias Nicholas. Now I get your name. Yeah, I've heard good things about the Playdate. I don't really play games portably, so I don't know. But anyway, so I thought we'd just like throw some code at the screen and see how good we can make it. I've made it a similar thing before. But I don't know where the code is, so I'm not gonna look at it that much. I just wanna do this. There's should we call it like an ulterior motive, which could be like, maybe in the future I want to make like YouTube programming videos, and I want to try this out a little bit just to see how it feels, and then I'll rewrite it and record it with the script or whatever, if that happens, if this seems fun to me. We could create this, we could have like previews up on, let's say, maybe coffee, we could do that, or if you're just like a friend. I don't know. So there's a bunch of things I want to do. I want to do really simple API. I want to have like the best of all worlds would be if there was no tooling needed, no build step. We'll see how that works out. And then should have some math stuff, single texture sheet, just like a 512 texture or something. And then maybe we could have a palette. I don't know, maybe. And then some functions to draw circles and rectangles and stuff. An input API. And then some kind of way to easily have, let's say, multi-threading. So, I don't know. Hello, Just Frederick. Hello, Seb Sub. What's up? We'll see what happens. I haven't done any planning except for that little document there. I want to have like dumb little cute names that are like 3 or 4 letters. Like Sprite would be SPR. Very inspired by Pico 8. So we can do a preview, live preview, external browser. Here we go. That's a very bright screen, but I think it works. The other part of JavaScript against other languages is this part here, where it is really nice with like the really fast hot reload, something that I dig, and the debugging support here, especially if you don't have a build step. It's so nice to be able to step into things, something like that. We're sort of building a library. We will do some coding therapy for me. So we'll see what happens. The idea, at least, is some kind of Pico or like mini 2D rendering lib for Java script. You see the feedback like from this, like it happens immediately, which is pretty nice. And I assume that if I change app to app 2, it's gonna rerun. Yeah, so it becomes very, very simple to do this. What I was thinking is maybe we'll start just writing the app code, something that we want to have. So I'm thinking, like, what if we had a command that called window, that we put in some resolution we want to work in, and yeah, but maybe the API should be something like, we have a function. I don't really remember how to do. Let's call this function like initialize, and this should get automatically called by engine after things are done. So if you just do initialize directly here, it's gonna not work because it's included too early. But we can do like window.onReady or load or something. Do we do it this way then? So this way we can have an initialize function, and then we have a bunch of life cycle functions in Pico 8 that I think it's like just a good way to get out of having to do the what's it called, the frame request animation frame stuff. So so why don't we have an update step that's gonna be called at some fixed frame rate, maybe with the delta time in here. Now I'm gonna figure out the naming. Maybe this one should be called ini and this one should be upd or something. I don't know if I want to commit to that. But yeah. Let's see what we can do. Control. There we go. A little bit bigger. Now I want to call update and with delta time. So how do we do that? We do request animation frame, and then we pass in a function, and that function should call request animation frame with that thing. So we'll do like engine. I don't know if we do this or whatever we do. So this is not. Do we get a timestamp? Yeah, look at that. It already works. So it's pretty neat. We don't really need to call that. So what do we want to do next? We probably want, before initialize gets called, we probably want to have some sort of let's call it a canvas or something like that. That's gonna be our element that we render to. Let's do it here. Let's just do like document, create element, canvas. That's good. Let's use const canvas. I kind of don't want to let you have this object. I'll figure that out. So let's have a standard size of, I don't know, 320 by 200, or maybe we should use 128 by, so I don't know. Let's just start with this, and then we do like is it document body append child canvas? Sounds good. This is gonna be our canvas. Yeah. Let's actually rename this to just underscore update. Maybe that could be our, like, this is an internal thing. Cool. Is there it does seem to be an actual element in here. Yep. So then we want to have a function that can change this, which means I probably want to declare this out here. We could do one of those scope things where you create a function. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. But I guess we want to expose stuff outside of that. Like the functions should just be on the global scope. Let's not be too fancy about things yet. So we just create the element here. We don't add it, but some other functions are gonna need this canvas. I'm actually gonna name this canvas underscore canvas. Fun. Where's our console? There it is. Sure. So something that we want to do is like clear the screen, and we're gonna put in like, is there a color? I don't remember how this works. You can just pass in something like, we want to clear it with, is it 1011 for example? That's the thing, but there is no CLS function, so we could do like drawing function CLS color, and then we want to do something with the this. Oh right, we need this context and stuff. Sounds good. Let's just put it here. I think we're gonna have the second version of this actually use WebGL to draw stuff instead. But look at that. Even this just seemed to work. So if fill style seems to be doing this. Now we can start making a little design decision here, whether or not we want to allow. So we can check if the color is an array, then we use this method, and if it's just a number, then we can look that up in a palette, because it's kind of useful to not have to supply these colors all the time. And I was thinking, why don't we just borrow the palette from Pico 8 to start? So it's like this. You can do something like const palette is this. Is it like in the order that we expect? 1D, and then it goes AB on. Yep, seems all right. So idea being, let's just get these in there. Now we can have a little utility function that is like function color, takes color, and then it returns that. If color is it number? Yeah. Then we want to return this kind of thing. Color. And we'll figure out, maybe we want to do something like an actual palletized thing later, but for now this is gonna be good enough. Whoa. Copy that and redo, and then return that. Otherwise we return the palette, but the palette should also be formatted in here. It seems like this figured it out. But we need to okay, so this regex here grabs all the 2-letter tuples and turns it into a float. I don't think we need this, but I think we want to probably like merge this into something. This is one of my favorite things about doing this in JavaScript. It's so like the the console here is so good and so immediate. This seems all right. The first step is to get the numbers, and then we want to turn it into an RGBA value. So we do like to a template string. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Like that. So is RGBA gonna be always ints? Is this looking all right? Because yeah, so let's go to app and change it to be number 7, for example, or 5. Didn't work. One issue: deprecated feature use. Okay, that's not us. I'm a bit surprised this didn't work. No, I want to get this out. So it's nan undefined. Right, so call is, if it's a number, oh. So it says like number 5. So if it is number, if it is not number, that's it. Okay. Classic mistake. So cool. A good start for our little thing. And if we do like 1 here, we get that. 12 does seem to exist, and like I think 7 is a white, 8 is a red, and it just a pretty nice way to for a library to give us stuff. Now let's make a little rect drawing thing. So we want to draw a rect. So rect, and we want to say draw it like that, and with the color of 2. Sure, that doesn't exist. Now we make that function, and something like this, but I don't think it should be a filled rect. I think I don't know. Should rect be? I guess we can just check what Pico 8 sheet. Here we can probably see all the things. Command line, operators, functions, if, drawing must be here. pset, pget, get. Hello, Hadouken. It's because it's JavaScript, your favorite language. Isn't there a rect drawing function in here? So rect and rect fill. Cool. So what we want to do here is like a stroke style instead, and something like that maybe. See, now we have this. Drawing erect. That's figure drawing for you. Cool. So now we can do stuff like sure. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then we just like say instead I was thinking of going with what should we go with? We should go with like sine I divided by 30 times 10 plus 160, and then that should probably be cosine, and then we want to draw them in like 10 10, sure. Didn't work. Why not? Cos is not. Oh, okay. So that's the next part. This is ugly, but I don't care. Does this work? I think it does. Cool. So we have delta time here, which means we can initialize some outboard time function. So let time is 0, and I think delta time here is not correct. The time that comes in is a timestamp. So there's some time functions I want to do. Time. I want to have a function that simply gives back the current time since we did this. So the update gets a timestamp, and that's just gonna set something. I don't necessarily know if we want time as a function, or if we just should have it as like a let time equals 0. And then here we go like time equals, no, not there. Maybe we skip that. We just do time equals timestamp, and then we do var let delta time is timestamp minus time, and then we can pass in delta time instead. And then we can have a function that I use a lot called since, and that just gives us t return like that. Sounds good. Time has already been declared. It has? That's because I put it in here. Okay. So this is sort of a little bit of a problem that we can't use time like that. Also wonder if we need to make these like something else. This is the type of coding that I kind of enjoy, where you can just like write some shit and that happens. GD damaged, very much so, for sure. But I'm a bit surprised that... Is it drawing? What is it doing? Why is it flashing? Start out by not drawing the palette. It is acting really weirdly. Is it because it's zoomed in, or it's not very stable? And it might be because request animation frame We might want to have some sort of thing with that. And it might be that the delta times are weird, or that time doesn't. Oh, it might be that. It might be that these need to be. I just think it's acting. Is it actually not reloading? Oh yeah. The time is really fast. So that's the problem. Thank you. Of course, that's the problem. Very good. Very good. Look at this beautiful little trail here. So how many can we make? At what frame rate? Seems like there's a few. This is like 16,000. Doesn't really break a sweat. Can we show like an FPS counter some good way here? Performance. Psychedelic pretzel. Yeah. Hello Macronaut. We're making the framework or lib for this. That's the idea of the stream. And the idea is to not build it on something. But right, so 16,000 little rects is fine. Yeah, code is in here, so it's very simple. We've done it all on stream if you want to go back. Wait. No. This stream. In the last 35 minutes. There was nothing before we started the stream. So you don't have to check previous streams. No, thank you for being here. Cool. So there are some issues with this. First, say like let const t is time divided by 100 or something, so we can make this t instead. And we can see when it's going slow that the pixels aren't crisp inside of this. And there's I think there's really a little trick we can do with CSS to solve that. If I could find my little canvas, there's something called like a rendering. What's it called? Anti-aliasing, smoothing. It's not font smoothing. It's called something. It's like interpolation. We'll have to Google. Canvas HTML no anti-aliasing. Image smoothing enabled false. Yeah, so we got to do line drawing ourselves, which is interesting. Let's see if they want to have this. So canvas. Oh! That's not good enough. So one thing we might want to do is floor these numbers before we call or like do all this. But that would be math floor. So now instead of getting those jagged things, we get some a little bit more crisp shit. Pretty sweet. Remotion, what's that? Show frame per second. Ooh, think easy. So video rendering via web. Okay, no, I have no idea what that is. So we get 200 and something FPS. That's like limited by my. Yeah, so 16,000 is kind of slowing things down a little bit. For sure. 1600 is maxing it out at my screen's refresh rate. So how high can we go? 5,000? 10,000? 20,000 should be less. But like we have decent enough performance, and it's not very what should we call it, like it's not written with performance in mind. The Swedish power grid, yeah, we'll see. So cool. Can I turn the FPS? Is that a... Yep. Nice. Cornier West. That's a good name. That's a good name. Yeah. So what if we didn't have an initialize function? It will crash. So we will do something about that. We will say if initialize, then initialize, and same like if update, call that. Otherwise, like true. Initialize not defined. So I have to say something here. Function initialize. If it doesn't exist, and then print. Oh wait, print. So I'm gonna write console log a lot. So let's put in a little function here that allows us to this should actually be like the params thing. How do you do that? Like that, I think, yeah. So I think we can then do like initialize 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So some numbers, an array of something, and then we can do this just using log instead, and it will have the same effect. Cool. Let's do the next thing, and I think this is where we start to get into like drawing sprites. So we're gonna need like a sprite sheet, and I've been thinking, like, do we have, because the next step after that would be text. Do we have the text and the sprites in the same sheet? I don't know about that. But I want to have a really fast function that just copies sort of some sort of pixel, some sort of thing from the sprite sheet. Am I running Photoshop? I don't. So let's use a sprite instead. Why is it not finding my... I don't know. Let's just do this. Did I not have like the start of the something? Oh, that's just that. How big are these goblins, for example? Let's say I wanted to make this. These are... That's 16 by 16. That seems like a reasonable tile size. Maybe we could do 8 by 8 like in somewhere. But maybe we default to 16 by 16. So if we did that and did like a 256 sprite sheet. I wonder if we want to, how cool we want to be. So 16 by 16 is probably this, right? That's 16, 16. Want to draw a little dude here. Maybe we should just copy our little... wait, why did you not copy the thing in the... Here we go. Here's our little dude. Let's clean it up a bit. Cool. So we want this to simply be a PNG, I think is the best idea. Let's do Pico, and then just call this like sprites.png for now. So how do we load something? It would be cool if we could load it here and then start drawing them once once they're ready. So we could do, I was thinking something like load, and then we just pass in something like sprites.png, and then we say that it's a 16 by 16 pixel grid. Probably should be load sprites or something. It's a little bit long. But yeah, let's see how that goes. I think it should just be like setting the default yeah, just to call it like sprites. It's a dumb thing, and they're all gonna be square, so it's just like the size. then we gotta load this somehow, and I don't know that we can load things in here, but maybe we can. So like, how do we load a PNG? It's like an image or something. Don't you do like does this work? It's still print. Do log instead. This is actually having a sprite in here. And then we need to figure out how to draw. Let's do one for rect F2. Let's change out this to rect fill. And then we want to draw a sprite. SPR, and we want to we can have all of these, but we need the image in here somehow, right? So the image is gonna be the source image, so this is not gonna be canvas. So we're gonna have this image here is gonna be sprites. And that's gonna be a something like that. And then here, if not sprites, log. Can we do assert or something? Or what's that called when you throw an error? Isn't it assert? It's console assert. What's that argument? Condition true, right? Oops, that was a little bit too much. Cool. Now let's swap out our little rects. First we try out the rect fill. Seems to be working. Get that out of there. We're gonna do SPR instead. We can probably just do something very close to this. So that's gonna be N, which I don't exactly know. This is which sprite it should be. This sprite size should be saved somewhere. Flip is not implemented. There's gonna be X and Y and width and height. We don't need width and height. Can you have default arguments in here? If width is undefined, width equals, and then we need the sprite size. This is defaulted to 16, and when we load the sprites, we set sprite size is sprite size. Cool, and then here we do like sprite size, and we probably don't want this. So N is gonna turn into a tile X, tile Y. So const tx equals N modulo sprite size. That sounds good. And this is going to be the floored version of n divided by sprite size. And that's cool. Then we can use that to get our source coordinates. So it's like sx, sy, sw. Yeah. Let's see if we can get the canvas, and then we want not dx dy. We want source x is going to be that, and then we're going to need this, which is going to be the source position, and then the destination position is going to be x and y, and then we want width and height. Hey, we have a little dude in our corner here. We just need to figure out how to so this is sprite. We're gonna need, it's gonna be 0, I think. And then we got, this is simply gonna be empty, all of this. These are the only things we should have to draw. But it's angry with me. So engine 97 tries to draw something. It's got the sprites here. Okay, I'm surprised. Where does this come from? Is that actually an element? Nope. So where? So it kind of works, or what's the big idea here? This does draw it once. Overload resolution failed. So this is gonna come out as a non right, so all these need to be floored. I don't know what's the prettiest way of doing this. Still not what they want. It didn't understand the overload that we put in, so it's like 2 overloads. Okay, give it to me then. So it is image sprites, and then we got source x, source y. Source width and height needs to go there, I think. But this should always be sprite size. Sprite size is not defined. Lucky, it works. Could use equals. Cool. That's good, Sammy. Source, destination. Nice. So how many of these can we draw at full? Can we do 1,000? Easily. 10,000? No. So we'll need to figure out, like, 10,000 is not an impossible amount of tiles. This is a pretty powerful computer too, so we'll see. We'll see. This should be like 16 times 5. Maybe. I think what we'll do, Frederick, is we will actually create a tile map functionality, and when we're using WebGL, we'll have a shader that just keeps this memory of the tiles in like a texture, and the tile map kind of will read from like render one full screen rectangle, and it'll pick the pixels according to the sprite sheet from the thing. So that means we can have animated tiles and stuff like that, but it feels like it's quite far in the future to do that. Did not like that. Okay, so we want more math functions. Round. What else can we want? Like Atan 2. Oh. Very soothing. But it does work. Like that's the oh, what does it do with 0? Call palette 0 should work. Damn it. Keep forgetting about the print. Can we like overwrite the print function? Where's the print? It says number, so wait, it works now. Okay, so it was just stuck in some kind of bullshit.
If you look at society as simply the collective contribution of millions of human beings who carry in themselves certain power and
sweet. Now I think what we want is also a character set that we can use. We want to draw like circles. There's a whole bunch of things that we want to do here. But I think something like pixel perfect circle could be really fastly drawn from a shader. It's something when we turn to WebGL, we'll do that there, I guess. For now, we can just have circle and circle fill as the canvas drawing methods. Sweet. So what do we want to do? We want to find ourselves a little bitmap font sheet, and I want it to be like 8x8. I think this one looks cool. What do we want to?
All over the country, armies of young people are blasting away at invaders from outer space and paying for the privilege. I'll be looking at the electronic game craze, which is
This looks pretty good.
the nation, which has created some interesting problems.
What does this look?
Although it looked innocent enough, this machine turned out to have some unusual powers. It kept kids mesmerized for hours.
So this is like an ASCII font. It's got upper and lower case. Doesn't have. Can we get the Pico 8 font? So this is where we get into like legality and stuff. It's pretty cool, but I wonder if we want it to be this small. I like something like this more. 5x6. Do we use... How was this? Let's start with this. It's probably ASCII offset of, what is this? 4, 8, so it's 16. Cool. So we want to do something like text with the text. We don't want to use filled text. We want to do this in a different way. So we want X and Y and the color. Sounds about right. So now we need to, much like we loaded the image. So we want like let's call let font equals null, and then in here, before we call this, we do like font equals new image, font png, on load func. This should go before, and this is where we're like kicking our shit up. But we're gonna do some sort of some other initialization. That's cool. So now we want to draw like something with the font here. Do it here. So txt, want to see hello world at 10, 10, 15. Cool. How do we do that? We split the text. We can't really use SPR now, so we gotta do something like the full copy image. So CTX, draw image, but the image we want is the font, and then we got C. This is a source position, right? So that's gonna be, I think it's simply C modulo 8 times 8 maybe. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's sort of doing it, but it's too big. So that is X and Y. C divided by 8 times 8. Okay. And then the target position is going to be X plus I times 8 and Y. Not good at all. And then we need to do, it should be 8 by 8. What's the problem? I will say I'm a bit confused. So what is actually the problem? Font is an image. So we're missing some source font XY. Oh, the source size. Cool. Now, did we... Is this zoomed in like crazy? Right, so this needs to get sized down. So 512 needs to go into... So 16 by 8. Maybe draw the tiles to... didn't notice until you did fills, but that's the Pico 8 palette. Yes? Kebabo 8. Oh, that's a good name. Keb 8. So this needs to be 4 times removed. What is 16 by 8 by 16? 8 times... Where the heck is my asterisk? Times 16. It's 128. Sure. Oh, I could have written 25 here. Is it? It's probably okay. We want to make a new PNG over the font. Q is correct, at least. So we're gonna need some sort of... or rather, it's not correct, it just... sort of the right thing. So there's some offset that needs to go into this. Minus 32, I don't think so. Let's see where A is 97. What is small a? Is 65. If we look at the font, that seems like it should be 65. So how come it's U and A and stuff? Not print log. Damn it, this is gonna be a problem. Log C and text I. So there might be something wrong with how I do this. So modulo, this should be modulo. Should be C times 8 modulo 16, right? Because the keep it simple. A should be 65, and the chords this is what we want to draw. 1 and 4. So that is not correct. But we should multiply this by 8 here. So it says B, so it's so close to correct. It just chart code -1 for this particular thing. So now if we write out instead, hello world. Not gonna have a where support, which sucks. But yeah, it's still not correct. It is probably the TX. This needs to be C divided by 8. Let's just assume we're using the fourth. Yeah, so the fourth line would be correct. So is it C divided by 16? It's not divided by 16. Is it the so where is the D and the small k? They're all the way over here, so it doesn't really. Oh, look at that. They're not. Let's do hello world. Hello world works, but these are not right. These are offset by something. So we're gonna have to, you know, either restrict ourselves to use uppercase or fix that little inconsistency in which letters are which letters. Hey, Spires! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, peeps. I was looking the other way and you ambushed me. That's okay. Doing web games? We just do some recreative or like recreational programming here. I want to make a little Pico 8 like game library for the web. That's probably never gonna be like anything, but yeah. So this font, not very good. I don't necessarily want to like create an actual like mapping. It would be nice if the char code thing just worked. ASCII 8x8 font. PNG. What is this? A Tasky. This one looks cute. Does have all the weird letters and stuff. Can we download it as a I would love it if it wasn't woof. Guess we could write a little utility that creates the font from a font. If we just use the woof, sure, why not? Woof 2 sounds good. Download the thing to Pico.js. A Tasky. Okay, now unfortunately we'll have to write a little tool, but that's the recreational part of things. Font.html. So here we definitely want the style to be thank you. Cool. So we want to load the font. I have no idea how to do this. Link. How do we load a WOF2 font? Can we do like what is it? Is it like this? A comment in load a Tasky font. That is not the font name. This might be wrong. There's an issue here. Verify sprite URLs. We can just use the Atasky WOF2 font. You load them inside style tags. Shit. Load font.yml. It's been a while. CSS web fonts. Source. Here we go. Still not the right thing. There we go. Your therapy is my torture. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So the question is, can we draw this to canvas that's at the exact right size? We'll probably have to like no, font isn't font rendering. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we scale it. So we simply want a I want to create a little I'm thinking it should be sure. Wasn't it like text? Fill text? Something like that. What's your excuse? There's a canvas. There's a context. There's a text we draw somewhere. We need font or color, fill color. Cool. That didn't work. Hey, Refin! Thank you. I think I'm terrible for your therapy. So didn't get the correct font. It might be that this happens too early. So we might want to make sure we run this in like window.onload instead. Because now the font is loaded. Nice. Is this zoomed in? Yes. So now we need to do that whole thing we did on the other side of things where we set the canvas.filter or rendering. What was it? Image rendering. Here we go. I think this is it. Or that still seems. Is it because it's offset by half a pixel or something, or because we really don't want our our font to be. I'm building right now. I'm building like a font generator that's gonna work for us. It's gonna generate like a PNG of the font, so we can use that nicely. Text rendering, pixelated. No. Draw non-anti-aliased text. Might be something dumb like that. No. Looks like it's side to side that the problem is. So geometric precision. What is this? Like states, it tries different ones. Context text rendering instead. That doesn't do it. So it could be text rendering, optimize legibility. Could be one way of doing it that does not work. No good. Geometric precision. Nope. Heck is this? Yeah, I'm on Chromium. I'm on Chrome. But I'm sure that it's not like simply. Oh, it is actually not good. Can we fake it by doing 16? It's still doing the frickin' anti-aliasing on the font. Can we do it just using... if we don't use the canvas, instead we do... we will have to take a screenshot of it. Okay, I don't want to do that. Let's try this instead. Let's do for... We don't want canvas, but we want to do like L dot text equals X or whatever, and then we want to do like append this child. Why are you not showing it though? Get rid of that canvas. We don't need that anymore. I also need some other This doesn't work? Damn it! There we go. Thanks. Font size is gonna be exactly 8px. And then we'll just set the position of this, like L dot style position absolute. L style left is sure. Look at that. And then we do like some way to take a char or string from, is it I to A? It's not I to A. How do you do it? Char to ASCII. So char code at versus string from char code. The heck? Oh, that was very dumb. L. Cool. This seems to be working. We get a whole bunch of these numbers and letters. So now if we don't have, it seems to be a very constrained range. So if do something like this, if we just do this, or we can just put a dot in there, whatever, just to make sure we see it. Or I is larger than, I gotta, yeah, and it's like they know. They know. Oh, it's a Ludum Dare? Ludum Dare! We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hello, Moosey. Oh shit, I missed you by like 10 minutes. I hope you're still here. It really... People have done this before. It's as simple as that. Is there like... can we check if there's a... For this font? What are the actual... Is there some... There's some really cool stuff up here that I would like. But I don't know how to get to that. Oh, you're here. Cool, Boozy. We had this crazy idea of making like a Pico 8 clone library for JavaScript. We're doing that. By me, we, I mean me. Just doing something to make our brain a little bit less stressed out. Can we put in like some of these as the like can we do something like this plus something like plus 127 and get like something, or 64 no. Is the simple answer is no. So how can we copy or like how do we because we have this E005 maybe we can have our friend write it for us. Get control characters and extended whatever. Sure. Maybe what we should do is just get on with our lives and let's get on with our lives. Fine, it doesn't matter. This is good. How do we now get this to a hello, Auntie Jacob. What's up? Weed finally legal in Germany. Good for you. Good for you. So one way of doing it would be to just copy this and crop it in some kind of... Whoa, what's up with that? Really? Doesn't really matter. We can do 500 and scale it down. New. There's still a little bit of that. Whatever. We'll why can I not zoom? We'll just do like. It would be cool if this actually didn't have bullshit in it. I guess what we'll do is just grab the white, invert the selection, delete everything, and then we want to take all this and move it up so it is like towards the top left, and then we'll crop it. First, we will do a canvas size thing where we say it should be 500 times or 50 times something. It should be like this. No, it needs to be wider. You know what? Let's actually do the sprite size first and do like 20% here. That should be a fifth. Clean. Crop it. Are these actually like that? Yes. Cool. I'm happy with that. So step 1, I think, is fine to use this straight up like this. Export as, or like, can we not just use save? Wait, we're cropping it. We need to add more here. It should be 128 here. That should be right. Font, get rid of it. Let's see if we can use this now. Index. Gdukn. Not correct. Save. Whatever. We'll have to get on with our lives. So, draw font. Ah, look at that. We are on the way to something cool. Sweet. So let's just borrow this little loop here and do like const text. If we were to pause this and paste it into a sprite, we would see that these are not nicely done, because as with everything here, we need to floor all our values so that it looks good. We don't have width and height, so probably do something along these lines. Just make them 8. There we go. So now I think they will actually look better if we do this. You can even see when I do it like this. Cool. So let's say we wanted an actual sin scroller. So we could do like I times 8. And we'll get classic. Like it's got chromatic aberration for sure. Let's see what we're saying. Using VS Code, yes, and then some A-Sprite just to crop some images and get myself a sprite sheet. But it's mostly going to be like a code thing. It would be nice if we could do get the size of our canvas. Gotta do this. Because now we can use screen size. I kind of didn't like that. That didn't feel right. Screen width 320. Screen height 200. So we do like plus screen width divided by 2. No. Wait, here. And then we subtract half of exactly what it wanted us to. Whatever. That should be centered in our thing. Let's actually go in and say the background color on our HTML could be like just so we can see the bounds of our thing. Browser max frame rate. I can run it at 240 hertz at this point. Hello, it's Jabasto. Welcome. You know what? I think I want to move this to be multiplier instead. This should be sin times 4 plus t or plus I divided by 4 plus. Here's our little scroller. So we can do also for what? For C to 16. This is the last thing here. We need to color the text somehow. And then we can add onto this the Y chord plus C or something. 3 times 8. Something like that. So now we need to color the text, and this is where I don't necessarily know how to do that. Can we add some sort of filter on top of the text to make this work? I don't think this will work. Just ask Google with multiplied color. Thanks, Yahya Besto. So global composite operation multiply. I don't care about Internet Explorer. That doesn't seem to be. Do this instead. In JavaScript with canvas, how do I draw an image with a color multiplied on it? Sure. Can you not shift enter? Click, I guess. Go on. Yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, that doesn't work. This means maybe we have to go. Maybe we have to go to WebGL faster than I was hoping. Because there doesn't seem to be a quick way of applying any kind of transformation. Can manipulate the pixel data. We don't want to do that. Okay, so I guess we're screwed in that kind of sense. I would love it if we could color the text. It seems like such a context filter. Hallå Emil. Hejsan. We're I had the stupid idea of like as a therapy session, make myself a little 2D game making toolkit or library for JavaScript, so I can easily make like little stupid things. They're very inspired by a YouTuber called Lazy Devs, who works in Pico 8 and makes cool little games in Pico 8 and just explains it really well. I want to do something like that, but based on JavaScript instead. So I thought I'd start by making a little framework for that. That's the idea. What does filter do? I think this is for rendering context. Filter. It's similar to the same values. Okay. Opacity saturate sepia. So if I did like a blur, that would work. Interesting. So is there something else that we can do with that? Like contrast. You rotate, grayscale, drop shadow, contrast. It doesn't seem to be a color thing, unfortunately. I can do. If we do sepia and then you rotate to the correct color. No, that won't work. I don't think there is a function to do that like that. So we're not getting around this problem. The question is, how hard would it be and how limited would we be when we start working with WebGL? Let's make an initial commit for this locally just, and where do we like open repository? Pico.js, choose it. And then we'll just like we will simply try to do this using WebGL. So how do we do that? We got to do some research. I don't think it's that hard to get like started. Prepare the render. We do another thing. We do like a GL context for WebGL. Go ahead and make this a little bit smaller just for the sake of it. Hope you can still read this. Let me know if it's too small. Therapy goal is to just have some fun. I think this will work as a start. Let's just see that it canvas is not defined. Underscore canvas. Cool. So let's start by doing the simplest thing, which would be to get back the rectangles. Just get rid of the text for now and just do, here's a bunch of rectangles. And they're going to be drawn using not WebGL. We could use WebGL just for the text. I think you can mix and match. But okay. We can set clear color and clear and stuff. Sure. Let's see what that means. Step 1, CLS T divided by 10 floored. Time. That's pretty good. That's 1 flip per second. Cool. Let's see if we can make that happen using WebGL instead. Just replace parts of our API. So CLS does this. Yeah, I can use, but I don't want to use any frameworks. That's part of the therapy thing. So right, we got to do another thing here. Hex palette is this. And then we want to do like a palette RGB, not RGBA, palette GL or something. I don't care. It'll be hex palette. They want to map it. Probably what they do like this. Sweet. Do exactly this, except we will use another thing, which is the col GL. I don't know if there's any better way of doing this. So this will be just returning palette color. Now, if it is not number, we just return color directly. Otherwise, we return palette GL. Cool. So now CLS, we will do something like underscore GL dot clear color, and we do exactly that. Yes. And then GL dot clear color buffer bit. Cannot read properties of null reading clear color. So that comes out with a color. Hello, Lucas Cruz. I don't know if I wanna. Is that Norwegian? Det går bra. Kämpegrejt. I think is the answer. So it doesn't want to spread this into that. So the only thing, cannot read properties of null, reading clear color. Yeah, I don't understand. Mange norske gutter og jenter. It's getting hot in here. Is GL available? Yes, it should be. We create it up here. What if we just do like underscore GL here? GL is null. That'll do it. Maybe we need to do something more before we do this. I'm thinking maybe we can take these, replace this with null, and then we'll make sure they are created here instead. Right, so these are supposed to be constants. What? Still null. I don't have WebGL. I'm missing something. Query selector, get context WebGL. That is odd. Is it like, do we have to initialize things a lot later? Not print. Don't need those. So it does get the rendering context. Should it be... Yeah, I don't know. I think I just don't have WebGL. Oh, that might be it. Maybe we can't get the... if we don't get the context, gonna get a lot of errors. Yep, we cannot have two contexts. Okay, so we couldn't mix and match. That's unfortunate. We'll live. We'll live. I think we can pretty easily port our shit over. Cool. We just need to get all this set up somehow. Recdef. Okay. So these are going to be a bit harder to do, especially these ones. But we have a color flashing background here. So we need to like redo all of this, but I'll keep the cool. So we do the filled rect first because I think that's pretty easy. You can mix HTML and WebGL, yes, but I want to draw. I would like to draw everything using WebGL and not have like HTML elements in there. So we can do this. It seems to be also flipping the doing the double buffer stuff. Cool. So next. Shaders. This is where it starts to become a bit so we need to compile and create our shaders. Or that is that that doesn't seem to be an async function at least. So yeah. Here is something like, can I just import this functionality from another file or something? Because this is getting a bit bloated. I didn't think I would fragment ventures. Who knows? I don't think so. I will check the theme, and if some really cool idea comes up. I don't actually have anything planned for the weekend, so maybe. Cool. So it needs like a source for these. I think import syntax is supported in modern browsers. Yeah, Muserp. I think it will. But let's see if we can create like a shader pipeline here. So this is gonna be a bit annoying because they are going to require another library to fill out all the matrices, and we'll have to. I don't want to do that. Let's see what they are actually doing here. I don't think we need to do this there. We can probably do this right here. That should still work. Yep. Okay, so now we do like init shaders. We don't have that function. We copy paste. This creates the shader program, attaches a vertex and fragment shader, and then it links it. So, no. GL is not defined. Yes, of course. Because I'm stubborn and I want to do that. No. Save here. Vertex shader is not defined. Now we probably want this in a function so we can swap different pipelines. Failed to attach shader. Second is not WebGL shader. Okay, so we need to load the shaders like this first. Cool. Error handling. I don't know. We'll see. Function create shader pipeline. This return shader program. Now I want to use snake case. Um, it's annoying that these aren't in and these aren't, but that's how it goes, I guess. So we could do some stuff. What's load shader doing then? It's gonna be copy pasted. Compile, send, see if it compiled. This is probably good to have some errors on, or error checking. We probably also should just have this in here as well to see why things went wrong. Oh yeah. That's okay. We just had some bad code in there. Sweet. So now we have made some kind of pipeline. So now we can create our shader. Sure. This gathers the positions of these things for us so that we can then create some different things. I need something to drink. Be right back. Kid came home. Okay. Okay, so this is I don't know. It's a little bit verbose. So they're initializing some buffers that they're gonna return from init buffers, and the position buffer uses gl create buffer and it binds the buffer, and then it will create all the positions for this and then return that. What I'm thinking is since we're just gonna do 2D, maybe we can be a little bit smart about this and just have a single position buffer that we can then scale using some uniforms on the shader. Now, these matrices I think are pretty simple or not even needed. You can probably just calculate this from somewhere else. That's a good song. But before we do anything, let's see how far we can get. My thinking is we can create the buffers, save them outside of I really want to move all the GL stuff into a file. See if import works. You cannot use import statement outside of a module. What's this? Type module. Is that what's missing? Again with the frickin' print. Works. Cool. let's get ourselves a few functions out of this into the GL stuff. Like create shader pipeline could be these could be just moved directly in here, I guess. What? Floor is not defined. 192. Because these are not modules. You can do this. I think this will work. Damn it. Copy. Const. Export const is much slightly cleaner than having to manage the export block at the bottom. Love it. Yeah, never feel. I will let you know if you backseat too much. Yeah, I'm generally pretty positive towards backseating. There's a problem because we don't have GL here. So we'll have to pass that in, but that's fine. In the engine code. It's a type of thing that I don't want to do in application code. Cool. So we want to pass in underscore GL here. GL6. That'll be like that. Shader program is not defined. I would save myself a lot of headache by not using this. So now we're at 57 in engine. Right, so this we will move into the GL file later. Now update in font on load. Gotcha. Can you do globals in... Or maybe what I should do is say that app.js is not a module. Or app.js... Kinda don't want app to be a module. Can I get rid of this? It's gotta be module because it's gonna read the... And this is sort of what I don't want. You gotta go full module if I want it. I'll go for it for a while. Someone already did this. Is it like this or? No, I'm not using Babylon. I'm using... I don't want AS. I want them to be global shit. Yeah, this is not gonna work. You're not gonna use modules if you can't mix them with global stuff. Screw this. We're just gonna do this instead. Floor is not defined in app. Why? I deleted a little bit too much here. Can you... Is require a thing? Require is not a thing. Okay. Okay, let's continue on. You know this works, which means we can stop having it flash like that. Just clear it with color 1 instead and be happy. Okay, GL. We got the shaders loaded. Now we gotta go continue here. We gotta have some position buffers. And I mean, the easy way to do it would be to look at just have all this code in the rect draw thing. But let's have a function that draws a rect with a certain pipeline or something. GL rect. Long lines here. So since GL is now a global, we're actually gonna do that. We might want to have like a color and stuff. Let's figure out what this even does. So first of all, we create like a buffer, and then we bind the buffer data, and then we create some, this is the, yeah, we need some program. This probably should be called create shader program instead. And then we have this const program info here. Yeah, since I don't know how this is gonna work, it's a bit hard to architect it. It seems to be doing slightly different. I guess there's somewhere in here gonna use. Maybe not. So yeah, it's gonna set up some kind of matrix and do some kind of stuff. What do we actually need for 2D? How does a 2D projection matrix look? I would assume it's pretty simple. So SX is scale, and SY is something else. Regular old OpenGL is a little bit easier to get started with. This is better for drawing a lot of stuff, I think. But alright, they're passing a shit ton. I just want to get something on screen. But so the translation matrix is simply identity matrix with this and that to be the offset. What I'm thinking is we could have a really simple single buffer that we use for all the rectangle drawing, and then we just put in different functions to the fragment shader, really. Like we could have one fragment shader that draws a line, one that draws a circle, So what is actually coming out of this? It's got a little bit annoying. Somewhat fast. I guess what we can see is if we can... How would we draw something in rect F? That's our thing here. We have all this, like the GL rect. We would pass it a program and then program if we did it the slowest possible way, let's try the simplest way first. We do something like this. We create the thing and then we draw the thing, but it's gonna break because GL. Okay. Missed one. Program is not defined. So this program info, I'll do this. Program and 156. What? Okay. We need those matrices here. Projection and model view. Those are the ones that we need to figure out where they are. Const projection matrix is we have things on screen. It does seem like this is like anti-aliased somehow, which is a bit strange. And it didn't help to do that. That's strange. Is it the same as it was before? Seems to be need to be further down. Just do one. Yeah, something is definitely wrong. It's upside down, I think. Let's actually do... Yeah, that's absolutely not the correct projection matrix, that's for sure. Have you done the JavaScript quiz? I have not. Is it the one that I watched Prime do? Or I watched Prime watch some other YouTuber do it. The one where it asks weird questions. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. Those are always fun, of course. So it might be our shaders that are weird. What if we just did vertex position? Maybe that's wrong. I think these are simply wrong. We did see somewhere in here, maybe here, how these matrices should look. WebGL2 might be what we want. I don't know. So WebGL 2D projection matrix. Why is it made in such an impossible... What is this? Orthographic. Sounds pretty good. Left, right, top, bottom, near, far. GL ortho in WebGL. Someone must... It was like pretty close, but no cigar-ish. Too many browsers. So it's a 16 or 4x4 matrix that seems to be not quite what we're imagining. Let's start by just resetting this. That makes nothing show up. And then there's some near plane, far plane. It does seem to be... What is this times... Or is this 1024 divided by that is like... No. No, that's not how... Right. So it's probably a matter of web GPU. Probably died today, this engine. There's like one negative here, and then there's a negative here and a positive here. But this value should be like screens 2 divided by screen size or something. I don't quite remember what these values should be. Did I? Are we gonna have to resort to reading the library code? 'Cause I'm sure as hell not gonna use it. No. Ortho NO? Zio? Which one is it that we want? Ortho, generate no. Oh, come on. This is if left is 0, this becomes 1 divided by the width. More or less exactly what we're saying here. So that is the first and the fifth. Like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 comes in here. So that should be negative that value times 2. Get nothing. Auto format strikes again. Yeah. We could simply use this and see if it works, and then we can write our own better one. Without any. Okay, who cares? So left is gonna be 0. Sure. Boom. It's still wrong, I would say. Might be because the model view matrix is also wrong. So are we not using the right 320 by 200? Should be that. Wait, it is left, right, bottom. So it's not what it thinks. Left, right is gonna be... No, it's left, right, bottom, top, near, far. Ah, it is correct. But why aren't these square? And why is this not in the center? That's not correct either. I was hoping there would be some... Is it that the vertices... Would it have been correct if the size was... It doesn't become more correct just because we make it width, height... This took a little bit longer than I was hoping to. We probably will maybe not even finish this. Does it do anything to the vertices or... First of all, I think it's upside down, isn't it? Because if we're trying to draw something at, let's say 1010, that's not even close to correct. So 10, it's like not on the right, something but with the height not being high enough. Can we make it a little bit easier to read it like this? That's square. So BT två kalla. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. So I assume this is somehow what Like I remember seeing like these GL matrix explained, where every field was marked as whatever it was. Look. Maybe ChatGPT can help us. Explain WebGL ortho. Explain every cell in a WebGL ortho projection matrix. Let me know how this works. I've been Googling. This seems like 2 divided by top minus bottom. So this is 2 divided by left versus right. Oh, minus 2. It's, yeah, okay. But the first row is scales the x coordinates so they fit within the normalized device. No contribution, no contribution. And then the last one here is a different one. Translates the x coordinates so the center of the projection is at 0. Sure. So that's a move. This one should move left and right if we were correct. Let's undo all the things we did. Let's see what happens if we modify the fields. Like if this one, if it's correct, if we do this, it should move somewhere. Doesn't do shit. This seems like a projection thing. So I think it's flipped somehow. It's not the right. These are those. So I think this is like goes that way. So all the 10th one is like should be negative according to this one. So -2 times near far, far near. That's why they don't flip it. Okay, and then it's like right left divided by, yeah. So I think there's something weird going on here. It doesn't seem quite right. See, when I do this, it just cuts it here. What are we missing? Shouldn't be a depth thing, right? God damn it. I thought this would be much easier. They're doing a little bit more when they're drawing the scene here. It's like so close, but not quite. So what could make it oh wait, we're getting the context here? Of course this is what's gonna happen. We gotta get it after it's added, because we changed the size of things. Yeah. That's why it's so strange. Okay, okay. Which means we can flip these two to get it. See? It's much easier. Still works. Neato! Cool. So this means we probably have to understand what we're doing here. And I would say, like, we can create this once and just use that every time. So we need like let GL projection matrix, and then we've got the view model, and we can just the view model we can just never change, I think. Model view matrix, it should be called. Model view. Cool. And then this needs to happen. Okay. This should be, there should be a function that just sets up the like this, and then we can create the yes, and then like the GL context need to change. So if I change the screen size, and then we need to also set the projection matrix to be the ortho NO with the screen size and stuff. So we'll do like just call it like that, I guess. I don't like that really. That should work. But we'll distill it down a little bit. So now we need to just say set screen size here instead. Okay, getting cleaner and cleaner. This one, I think we can make it simpler if we're assuming that left is always gonna be 0 and so on. So what would happen if left and top was always 0? So it'd be 1 divided by right. Oh, not flat line. Yeah, we took a little break, making a little doing some recreational JavaScript. So near and far, these two will never change those. Near is going to be -1 and far is going to be 1, so there's a 2. Wait, near is -1, minus far is -2, so it's 1 divided by -2, which means we can get rid of those. Oh, nickname. And then left minus right is always gonna be right. So left, right, it's gonna be divided by negative width. So how do we do this? So it's like -2 divided by... Wow, math at a Friday. If we ditch this, we could divide here instead, and I think that's easier to read. This is simply then left right is negative width. And if left is always 0, left right is always just minus right, and it should still work. So then it means left right can always be minus right. Which means we can probably make this positive, right? Does that work? Yes. So 2 divided by right. And then left plus right is going to be right. And this is going to end up at 1. No? Left right is negative right. So it should be negative 1. Because left plus right is always right. So it's, and right is something, and then it ends up with, is it negative 1 then? Yes. It's probably also negative 1. Positive 1? Positive 1. So BT is 2 divided by bottom. Negative 2 divided by bottom for some reason. This means that none of those are used. And then near far is 1 divided by minus 2, which should be minus 0.5 or something. And I'm going to go ahead and guess that this is going to be 1. Cool. And this is going to be 1. We're almost down to something that's going to work here. Now we can change out, we can have just width and height, and we can just have right and bottom, which means we can just have right renamed to width, and bottom is height. Sweet. They are a bit smart about doing it this way instead of just creating a new matrix every frame, or every time it changes, which could be every frame. But I'm not sure I care enough. I could say GL projection matrix is a new array that's this. Get rid of the function. Get rid of this. Cool, I think. Well, auto format will screw that for us. Okay. Cool. So we're slightly cleaning things up. Now this is a shit ton of code to run every time you draw something. I would guess that we have less performance now. Than we had with Canvas. I think we could do like 10,000 pretty easily. Can we still do that? 10,000 runs at 7 FPS. In Canvas, that ran at I think 240 FPS. So we're severely worse, let's say, than we were before. It's like a ton slower. It's WebGL. So we'll have to figure out why that is so slow. And why does it like hiccup every second or so? Doesn't do it anymore. Okay, probably some garbage collection stuff. So creates a buffer every time. We don't need to do that. We don't need to generate all these vertices every time. Could you just pass a thing into the vertex shader? I would assume that if we profile the memory, is another reason why I kind of dig or if we're doing this, we could also see like how much memory we create every frame and stuff like that. Let's do that, for example. There's a lot of nice tooling in a web browser that you don't get, like, even with... This is much better than what Godot would give us, for example. And I think you can see some memory... you can even do the replay of this. That's interesting. Don't know, like, let's restart this, and then we'll restart this with the memory profiler for a few seconds, because what I want to see is how it, see it, JS heap, it just goes up like with megabytes, and then it has these hiccups. That's the profiler. So it's probably not JIT. It's probably the garbage collector that creates this issue. So bad at times. But can we see where it creates all that jazz? We see. No. Can I? Recdef, here we go. Like total time is. I think that is the hiccup. But I don't know if I have a memory leak or if it's just simply like. It seems to be like every few seconds, that little hiccup there, which is also visible here on the replay and here. So the problem is we're creating a shit ton of stuff, in this rectf function, and it's slow. So how can we make this faster without because what I think is we don't need to like redo all this every frame. I would assume we can like create the vertices at like top right corner and then 1 pixel, and then we multiply using a scale factor or a size thing that we just set the uniform for. Let's see if we can make it work first, and then we can make it fast. So the vertices coming in should be something like 0, 0, 1, 1, right? If we do this, we're gonna see not this, I assume. Just see 1 pixel in the corner. That's all right. Now let's see if we can figure out a way to add a uniform vec2. That's going to be the, I don't know why they're called U, but sure, that's the size. And then we're gonna have a vec2, that's the offset. And then we're gonna take our vertex position and just, we're gonna offset it first. So we're gonna say vec2 a vertex position wait, we can't scale it because we don't know where the origin is. No, we can't. We can just do multiply by, which means we probably can just I think that's correct. So now we just have to set those. Wrong high P float. Maybe. Cool. I can do size and offset. Which means when we're drawing, we'll pass those along as well. I don't think we need. We should probably just have this width and height, and then the offset is X and Y. Does not work. Hard to tell what is actually, wait, uniform 2F Do you pass it like that? Yeah, it is X and Y. Does it have to, do we have to just two floats, the attrib for vertex position, and use the program? Oh wait, there should be a 1 here. Okay, so now we have even now it shouldn't make a difference for sake of the but if we do like 1,000 we would still get like, or 10,000 we'll get a really low bad value. Do 100 to start. And then we're gonna like, since everything we draw is really using these, it might be that we want a different, like a texture or not a texture, or white texture or something. But we don't have to create the buffer every frame. We don't have to create or set all these things. We should be able to do this once. When we're initializing here. So if we do this once, can we now go and get 100,000? It starts to slow down a little bit. Now we're back at like having a decent decent frame rate because we're not doing all the things. Cool. What do you mean? You have to use the array buffer directly for JIT to easier understand the optimizations? I don't get it. We're gonna need a color here. So it's gonna be a vec4? Vec4? That's gonna be the U color. Sure. And then when we get this, it's gonna be color. Yes, and then this is another thing we're gonna have to set here every time we render a thing. Yes, I think that should work. U offset redefinition. U color undeclared identifier dimension mismatch. Cannot convert from hyper float to medium P4 component vector of float. Oh, we can't just do color like that. We probably have to spread it. Does that make sense? No. What is this? V means a vector. So I don't understand the error. An error occurred compiling the shaders. Color undeclared. Is it that it doesn't? It needs to be like a varying or something for it to be available in here? Or do we need to declare it in both places maybe? No precision. I think. Invalid version. Whatever. The fragment. How do you do varying in WebGL? Do we have to? Shader program, create shader program VSFS. It's still shader program, so is the problem is still while it compiles the shaders. Let's see if the tutorial goes into this. This uses an attribute for vertex color. We don't need that. So you do varying low P to do V color. Okay, so we can pass from one to the other by doing this. But we don't want vertex color, we want U color for now. And then what comes into the fragment shader is varying low P. Like that. Undeclared, because it's V color. Why wouldn't that be iterable? Okay. So what does this want? It can take location and then 3 values. Four values. Uniform 4V. So it shouldn't be iterable, it should be like this. But that doesn't work for some reason. Overload resolution failed. Just put in 2 here and so looks like a good float thing. An array. But maybe it shouldn't be an array. Maybe it should be like this. It's not iterable. Wait. There we go. It doesn't... Color comes in wrong, it seems. But it is the 4th argument. I don't get it. It's got a 0 in there, so... What is color that comes in here? It's a number. That's not it either. So it is something comes out here. That comes out as null, I assume. Frickin' print. Undefined, undefined. What? Color is undefined. This is a function, not a... Cool. So how many can we draw now? 10,000? Easily. That's cool. Now, we're gonna have some math to be done with like the UVs and stuff. To get the other stuff in there. But this works, like, and it's freaking fast. Fast enough. Like, it doesn't even break a sweat with 10,000. 100,000, you feel it's like 30 FPS or something. But we can make, if we want to make really performance stuff, we would do totally different, we'll take a different approach. Cool. Let's just say 100 for now. We don't... There's no need to... But we still have this issue where it's not drawing things nicely. So we can do like maybe WebGL turn off anti-aliasing. Anti-alias false. It's a good idea. We need to like architect this a little bit, but it's a start. It's still very blurry. It might actually be... No, they are still blurry. CSS thing on the canvas. I thought I had that, but I don't know what it is. Style, anti-alias. That's not it, is it? It's called something like scaling, but it's not the scaling. It's something else. It's So here it's like image rendering pixelated. If that is what it is. That is what I'm doing. That doesn't help. Image smoothing. Where is that? On what? Part of the Canvas API. Oh, come on. Blurry as F. And it's even blurry if I do this, right? Yep. Maybe there's something on the GL side. Interpolation, scaling. But it's not scale. It's like because we're not flooring the numbers going into these values here. These values need to be floored. This will solve it, I think, but at a little bit of a cost. Yeah, now you can see they're crispy. We could do that, I guess, in the vertex shader. Just floor the values. Let's try that. See if we can do that in the vertex shader instead. Just so we don't have to deal with it in JavaScript land. So we can say like vertex position vertex.x equals floor vertex. Nope. Nope. That seems to be working. Yes. Cool. That snaps the pixels. We can try that if you want to. I don't think that's the solution. So even with, I can reload just so you don't think I didn't. So you can see it's still blurry with that. So that doesn't do anything. This does something. Like now it's blurry again because this has an effect. The other one doesn't have an effect, but because that happens like on the WebGL side of drawing. I thought anti-alias false would help. Oh wait, I know why that doesn't work. It's because I do get a new one every time, so I need to do this here. So potentially this helps. Yeah, look at that. No anti-aliasing now, and it's clear. We don't need to floor the values. Cool. Those little errors that happens in GL, I don't think I want alert for that. I think I'll do console error instead, because it's kind of annoying to do that. Cool. Okay, architect stuff around there. We can do that later. I want to get textures in there. What time is it? It's 5. Maybe we can't quite finish. It took a little bit longer than I was hoping, but we learned a lot of stuff. 4 hours, get to this point, learning WebGL. I think it's pretty good. Textures. Is it easy? Initialize a texture and load an image. Create the texture. And then on load on that we have it later. Okay. I think we can make a simpler thing here. Would it make sense to load the image outside? So that this one doesn't become... Right, so every time it says 1 here, we want to have a 0. 0. Every time it says 2, we want to have a 1. Come on. Still works good. We can actually, I think, move this into the screen size thing. I don't know if we need to just take it out of the thing here. Good. So we can get the image. Now we want to initialize the image as a WebGL font thing. See if this works. Font. New image. On load gets the font. And then when that's loaded, we can do the whole like WebGL thing. Let's see if we can do it by hand. And we're gonna have to switch textures. So I guess we're gonna have to have font texture as a thing we save. Let's just save it in font, whatever. Font is gonna be GL dot. It's underscore. Sounds good. We don't need this part because we have already loaded the texture before, which means we can do GL gen texture it's probably something very close to this. We don't care about WebGL 1. And we don't care about MIP maps, so we don't care about this right now, at least. Cool. So this should give us the font texture. Gen texture is not a function. What was it called then? Create texture. Bind texture. Text image 2D is the name of the thing. Okay, let's see what they want. They want target. That's a number. Level 0 sounds good. And then we want the internal format, RGBA. And then we want the width. Don't know that this exists. The width is going to be the... Oh wait, I can't set font to... that will not work. Let's do this. So here it should be the width, so we can do font image width. Cannot set properties of null, setting source. Yeah, it should be font image down here. Parameter 9 is not of type array buffer view. Wise men follow the code in... What? Like, hate this. Why couldn't these be just in there? But, okay. So it needs to be GL texture 2D. Level should be 0, I assume. Yes. Internal format, GL RGBA, and then we get some things like source format, which is the same. And then source type is GL unsigned byte. And then source type, or sorry, the image is passed as font image. Something along those lines. Font image. Sick. We haven't... I think we have like the texture. So we probably need some kind of sampler here. Well, that should work. And we probably want this to be nearest, because but this probably is just done once. Flip image pixels in the bottom to top order that WebGL. Okay, we will. I guess we can do it that way. Okay, cool. Mapping the texture onto the faces, and then we're gonna need the UV chords. Which we could do something with. Texture chords is like bound to some texture chord buffer. Okay. So we need to do this. We moved it into the screen size function. So we need to create like another buffer, I guess. Is this all gonna be the same? I think so, right? UVs can use the same buffer. We create another one, but we'll UV buffer. So how does it know? Okay, so it creates that buffer and then that buffer, and then this needs to go there, I assume, and then we can do like another one for not vertex position, but UV. I think I want to rename these, but let's go to the declaration of that. Let's rename these at some point. Attributions UV. That should work, I think. UV is not defined. This is just gonna be the same vertices, because vertex attrib pointer 208 program info attrib locations UV what? Enable vertex attrib array. Didn't find it? AUV looks correct. .208. What's the difference? The thing is, we're gonna need to change something else. But now that I think of it, we don't really need this buffer right now. We're gonna need a uniform for this. But we can probably just like do the same thing we did here with the varying. Call varying UV instead, and make varying UV just be the first two out of, not vertex, but out of well, this. That's gonna be our UV position, and then we can do like low P2 V UV, right? Still annoying. So yeah, we don't need that. We can hack around it, making it even faster. So does some stuff, and the fragment shader is frag color is a sampler that we need. Okay. Shouldn't this be GL frag color? But it should use the texture U sampler, and then we pass in to that the vertex UV multiplied by the color. Error compiling the shaders texture, no matching overloaded function found. And it didn't didn't work because parameter 2 is not of type WebGL shader. So that's probably because we haven't set up the sampler yet, right? No, we need this all the way down here. And then we need to set up the sampler somehow. We don't need that. Tell WebGL we want to affect textured unit 0, and then bind the texture, and then tell the shader. Right, so this we need. But I think we only need this. We need it once in text and one not. Bind the texture and then use sampler unit 0. So we need to have multiple. It's so texture does not exist. It could be texture 2D because it seems like they're not using the same. GL is not defined. Where is this? Texture is not right. So we don't have the reference to the texture, but we do now. We have textures. So we're gonna need like to set this up for blending and all that good stuff. But I think I have to stop here. So I'll drop you off somewhere, and we'll see each other again some other day. We're learning some cool stuff here. So I think this was worthwhile. Pirate already have too many things. You want to go to Jackie, maybe some Gouda.
So it doesn't have sugar. It tastes so good.
Anyway, so
I feel like all kids
if you want to
have
support
these
us,
places. Why do
you
they
can
put, like,
wishlist our current
why do they
game,
put,
or
like,
the game we were actually working on, which is Ocean
put so
Mirror.
much sugar and shit? It tastes good.
Yeah. So
Let's look at the
be
ingredients.
nice to Jackie,
Apple
and we'll see each
puree
other next week.
concentrate, Apple juice concentrate,
Hugs and kisses, peeps.
strawberry
See ya.
juice concentrate, gelling agents, citrus fruit